odds are against you. But you need to stay here with us.
Emergency sequence activated. Akira has been freed. Security facilities have been destroyed. The subject has escaped. Neo Tokyo is in danger. There's no time to run. Humanity will perish.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Turn that down to that. Okay. I think that should be good. Okay. Hopefully you guys are doing all right. Get another few sets of another set of these algorithm scripting tests done. See, we got a few of the usuals. Glad to see you back. All right. All right. We won't delay too long. We'll get started here in just a second. Okay. All right. So let's move over to the lessons. Hopefully you guys have had a good weekend so far. Well, some of you probably already definitely worked today. Yeah. I spent most of the day spending time with, well, family after wife got off of work and kids didn't have school today, so I had a good time with them. Took all of them to the park and let the dog run around. It was a good time. But yeah, anyway, we'll switch on over to here so you guys can see what we're working on. Alright, so we have to convert HTML entities. So we have to look for these characters and convert, well, except for the double quote, because I think you can just return it as is. Yeah, but we mostly want to focus on the ampersand, left angle bracket, right angle bracket, and the apostrophe. And then we'll probably have one as a default. So what we have to do is we have to find, I don't want to do an array, but we can do a replace. So I mean, we can make this easy. So like we would want to make a variable that we're gonna report back. So this is gonna be the HTML entity. So remember how I think we should probably start doing that, where all const variables are actually capitalized. Like, start putting that into effect, so that way we can differentiate between lets and consts. But yeah, we have the HTML entity. We're not going to return that, but we're going to keep that as a string. So right, so depending, right, we will take switch, right, and get the input from string. So the string, gosh darn it, here we go. The string, okay. So the string is like this, right? Well, we would have to do if it contains this. So oh, we'd have to look through each character. We have to find the chart. We'd have to splice it. So, or get the substring of that. So we could do a string dot. We can do a const. Now this might change. So, because this is going to change over time. So let's, just to prevent any errors, we can make it a let. Let's see. Entity. Yeah. Position. Right. We'll just set that as 0 by default. No, we don't want to set it yet, actually. It's going to equal string dot we want to sub string, right? And then to get the substring, we would need entity position. Wait, hold on. Let's hold on a second. Cause I need to figure something out here. This needs to do a replace. So we need, okay. We would need the, so hold on. We need to figure some stuff out first. So the first thing is we need to go, we need to run through the whole, let's start over. Because now I'm figuring stuff out. So we need to go in here. We would do a for each. Okay. Yeah. So for, we're gonna do a let item in string, right? Now, let's look at what string is first. So yeah. Right, so now if we do string and then do an item, right? It's gonna be each one of these. So, right, so now we have to do a switch. So switch string item, right? So now we have to, now we will do the const HTML score entity. Now case that the item is this, we will HTML entity equal so what's the left angle bracket? That is an ampersand left T ampersand T LT and there. So okay, so now we have a case. Oops, forgot to break. And we have a case here. Well, this isn't right. Okay. What does this make? GT. Ampersand. Gosh. Ugh. It's been a long day. Okay. Break. Okay, so now we have another case. Now we have the apostrophe, right? We have this. But that's the thing in here. I'm gonna test it like this, but I'm pretty sure we have to make an escape character. Like this. Like we have to escape this to make sure. So, HTML, entity. Yeah, okay, ampersand, apostrophe, oops, right, apostrophe, okay, we're gonna break this, okay, case, and then we have these quotation marks. So we're gonna have to do this. Okay, so this might not need it because we didn't find an error, but we'll have to see. So it equals that. We have to escape it. HTML entity. So the thing is, this is a const. But we want to return the HTML entity. Okay. So do we put it in string? We'll see what happens. So we have the HTML entity. Quote. So, and ampersand QUOT. There we go. So there we go. And then we will take, we're gonna break this. And I guess I could do this. Case default. Default will be HTML T string. No, yeah. No. Because if it's not found, this is just finding the item is here equal to these. So I guess it don't matter. It will just go through there. I guess it can break. If it doesn't find anything. What return? Wait, hold on. Can I do a place? replace that with the HTML entity. So it won't break because it's going to return a value no matter what. But no, we have to break this. Yeah, we'd have to break this because then it's going to return almost after every single one. So hold on. I just got to add this. There we go. So if it meets these, it's going to do that. And then at the end, right, it should return the string. What is it? So if it, alright, so it's going to go through each one of these, and the default is just going to break. Right? It needs an initializer. Dulles and Gabbana. So I guess a string, right? How about we do this? Wait a minute. This would have to be a let. Because this is being reassigned numerous times and it's not a... So... gosh darn it. Okay, so let's just grab this. I guess you could do this with the regex. The G. Right, console string, yeah. So can we do string can I, does it actually copy it or slice 0 length. There we go. So now the new string So why? So now it's going through there. Alright, so this has to replace with the HTML. But it's is that a global string though? Or is it just something that's inside here? Oh, that's because it isn't even made. That's why. Here we go. Duh, I was sitting here and I was like, what the heck is wrong with that? So, we need the ampersand. Right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's make an amp. Okay. Okay, so I grab that, and now return new string. So this is the switch. What's the... Oh, is this... Oh, okay, hold on. Uh-huh. So it was found. So this is this. Can I do an or? There probably is definitely an easier way. So if I can't put that in here, it won't allow me to. I gotta look at it again. If it meets that and symbol right here. I can probably get the new string. Maybe I can do this. Well, can I do do a splice, and then we would use this. We would use one position, do that. Okay, splice. Then we would join it back, right? New string dot join. would do it the index of item, but it would be dot new string dot index of. There we go. So we would copy that, then here, then here, here, here. Oh gosh darn it. There. It does it. Now if I do but why is it making all of this extra? That's so weird. Returns ABC. Why does it go all the way down though? Oh, because I put this here. That's stupid. Okay. So we broke up into an array, went through each one of the array, did a splice, got the index of where it was. Get one position over and then replace it with the HTML entity. So if this does this, right? Yeah. Yeah, see? Makes the apostrophe and list, and then it joins it back. Oh, let's hold on. So there we go, we can do that. So we did it. However, as you can see, that was a very long way to do it, but it still did it. So I wonder if we can do, like, do all this out, and then if we did a new string dot filter, right? Item, and then if so, this would be a return. This would be like a. Then we would do the switch. I guess it really doesn't matter. Because if we did a switch or a filter, it still does the same thing. Although the item goes through each one, same thing. So pretty much you can do the same, use the same thing here. Although it does make it a little easier because we don't have to have as much oops. So we wouldn't use right? We'd use a, where is it? Oh, here's your filter, right? And then we would just use item. So if the item is this, we wouldn't even use HTML entity. And we would just use this spot for and L, is it LT, there. So you can do it like that. Okay, so you don't so we're just trying to figure out how we would improve the code, because you always want to look at your work and see what you can reduce if possible. Okay. Actually, could I just... Oh wait, okay. I see what's happening. So we would do this, right? And why can't we return? So new string dot join, because we have to join it up. Well, okay, we don't have to do it in space. There you go. So same thing, although instead this time we're actually just using a filter to do all the switches for the ifs. So instead of having to do all this code right here, we can just use a filter, create a whole new array in here, and then join the filter back. So let's see if we can do this, see if it does the same. Yep. See? Yeah. Cool. Yeah, so technically we don't even need this. So we just redid the whole code to make it. We got rid of some like additional lines. And I mean, you can keep breaking this down if you want, but that's what I noticed is so we don't have to contain each one, you can just define it straight in here and just splice it. You could also probably use rejects. You know, like do that. I mean, that's fine too, because if you use the rejects, I mean, it does the same thing as kind of like this. I mean, it'll just look for it, and you can just do the replacements. There's so many ways that you can do this, but this is one so you can splice it. So you definitely want to put in some comments, like if you were doing this in a real environment, so that way people know like exactly what this is for, and you know the steps you're taking. But yeah, so if once again you have these 60 and 12. Okay. So now we have this right here that's looking for this. It replaces E with this XAMP instead of. Oh, here we go. That's because, see, we found the flaw right here. Yeah. We'll make sure. There you go. That's accurate. So there you go. Alright, so we will get rid of this, check it, and we're good. So that's one down. I'm gonna try to do 2 more. So, give me 1 second. Let me use the restroom and then we'll start again. Alright, I'm back. Let's see what this next one is. Sum all odd Fibonacci numbers. Couldn't tell if it was one of the girls. Okay. Wasn't sure if they were getting out of bed or not. Given a positive integer num, return the sum of all. Okay, so if it's not a positive, so we first want to check that. So if num is greater than or equal to 0. Oh wait, no. I would say it's less than. So if it's less than 0, return 0. Or is it just, maybe I can just make it return. Okay. So this should return, yeah, I'll just put null. Because there's an absence of a value. Or maybe I can just return num, because we want to return the actual number, maybe. Whatever. Okay. Less than or equal to. Okay. Oh, this is gonna be a bit difficult. Fibonacci sequence. The first two numbers in the Fibonacci sequence are 1, 1. Every additional number in the sequence is the sum of the two previous numbers. Additional number in the sequence is the sum of the two previous numbers. Oh crap. Okay. That's gonna be annoying. Alright, so first two numbers in the Fibonacci sequence are 1, 1. Every additional every additional number in the sequence is the sum of the two previous numbers. What? Okay. Three and 5. Okay, so we just const fib length. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, and 8. So First, some of the particulars, the first 6 numbers. All odd. That are less than or equal to some. Okay, so we're just this. I don't think this is hard. It's just. Okay, so hold on. So. Right. So we're at. What? Oh man. It's the sequence, it goes up to, it doesn't go up to 8, it just keeps going. Shoot. Okay. This is not good. Okay, so... Shit. This is... Okay. So first we need to construct this for the Fibonacci sequence. So the first... Okay. So the first two is 1. Oh shoot. Turn 5. Well, it starts out with 0, right? So we're going to start off with 0 and then 1. So there's nothing being added, but then we can add the 1. And then we're going to push all the values up until it gets to until it's equal to the number. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna suck. Okay. I think we can do this. So we're going to, this is the, okay. So let's do this. Let I So we can actually make. We're not going to filter. Yeah, hold on. We're going to make this. Hold on. Let's do this first. Sequence dot map. Oh, one, right. So we got that. Now we just have to. So item will be. It wouldn't be filter. If not equal to less than or equal to no. Yeah, I get it. While that is equal to less than or equal to none, we will add we want to, okay, while that is, we can do a filter. Maybe I don't need this. Hold on, let's do this. I need the... being the last value of an array. Aha. Duh, that makes sense. Stupid. Sequence dot length. There we go. So 1, 4, 5. There we go. Okay. Nice 2. What's the log pip sequence? Zero. Okay. 1, 1, 2, 3. That's 5. Okay. Two, 3, 5. Okay. I need it less. I need to get... and I'm going to do a fib sequence dot unshift. Is it unshift or shift? Ooh. No, don't want to do that. Nope. Stop. 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 I have to do the first two as a 0, 1. So now we have the unshift. Correct. So we need one less name. So there we go. So we got the unshift. Now we have to add so we have this all that are less than 10 are 1, 1, 3, and 5. There we go. I don't know why it went. Oh. Okay. So. Huh. Okay. So, we gotta get all the ones that are. Okay, so we're good so far. Because we have all these. So now, because we don't need that first number right here, but we need these two to add, and then we gotta keep pushing it. What if I had this? Nan. Right, it's not a number because there is nothing to add here. Right. Okay, so we have that. We have the while loop here to get. I need to break this out real quick. Alright. So we're gonna determine if number is positive. Okay. Then we have to get sequence move first 0 value from first dex. Yep. Okay. So now we have to so 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 we can make another filter, right? So we can do a sequence dot filter, and so we want everything that is value all odd numbers under num. So value, okay, go all numbers and under alignment. Okay, so the value here, so we want it's not is not value is mod is equal to 1. Oh. Three. Or is it 1? One, 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. And oh man, okay. value. I'm looking for the modulator. Like, okay, so I need the value, right, and 3. So 1, 1, 2, but oh, it would be 1. Would be 0. 1, 1, 2, 3. Damn. So okay. Hey, no, that would be. So if it was a 2, this would just be 2 and 3. I need. I need. We need this. So 1. What? Okay. I need every odd. You know? I'm trying to figure this out. Number is not it's not. Oh, this would be 2. So if the value is right, so we want to filter it. What if I did fib? this be? Nah, okay. Had to make sure. So how would I make this not? No. I don't. I'm having a hard time with this. This would mean it was. Wait, that's not how that works. That's an even. That's what I was thinking. I was sitting here, I was like, well, what the heck? What? So we don't need that. How does that work? Okay, hold on. It's not equal to 0. Aha, there we go. So it's taking the value and dividing it by 2, and if the leftover is not equal to 0, because remember, modulus is remainders. So if the remainder is 0, that means it's an even number. If not, it's odd. So it's checking that the value is not equal to 0 when with this modulus, and the value has to be under num. So we have the filtered fib. Now we have to sum each value in the array. So it'd be filtered. Can there just be a sum? Filtered fib sum. Gosh dang it. Wait, hold on. Would be .every? No. It could be a for each. But I wonder if there's already a... So now we have this. I need to figure out the sum. Oh, I guess you could do a reduce, huh? Oh yeah. Only when the array is empty. So if the array is empty, it puts out a 0. It's okay. So we are going to do this. So reduce. So value and so we would have the value. Ah, there we go. Total and value. Right. Okay. So we're reducing to get one value. So we would get the total plus value. Yep, and it's going to do that for each one of them. So log. Here we go. Should be 5. Yeah, 4, 5. Okay. Now if we have 1,000, 1785. There we go. So this sums return a sum of all values in sequence. And there you go. So now we're doing some testing to make sure everything comes out right. So 5025 135721. There you go. And we are good. We'll get rid of our console.logs. Run it. There we go. Did it. So, if you've seen by the comments, so we had to determine if the number was positive. Like if you got, like let's say, well, we would return 0 because that's the total. Because this right here, well, we would return 0 anyway. Because it does this, but then it also returns a 0 value if this turns out 0. But I mean, we're already doing this right here, so that's why I left this out, because it wouldn't be 0, because it has to be a number. So, if this were to be -1, it would just come out to be 0, I believe. Just checking, making sure there's no bugs. So yeah, it'll come out as 0. So, okay. So, we check this, return 0. So, the else is what our whole program will do. So we had to get the Fibonacci sequence. So while the last number of that sequence was less than this number, it was going to keep on going. And I wanted to make sure we kept going. Then we stored the new number by adding the length. So we're getting the last value, and then we're getting the second to last value, and we're adding them up, storing them into new number. And then we're pushing that new number into the last of the fib sequence. So Now remember, the fib sequence is 0 and 1 right now to make sure we have two values that we can add together. If not, that's how we got the not a number value. Or, well, not less than the value, I should say. So, in order for this, so we had to get these two, right? So, in here, so we added onto this. We just keep adding them all on. But, we had... when it was done, this is optional. I mean, it shouldn't affect any of the results, but I just choose it for preference because we don't need this 0 anymore. We just want to make sure all the values were, you know, actual values, like numbers. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, but for personal preference, I just got rid of the 0 off of it, so that way I had all the numbers I needed. And then I filtered the fib sequence, so that way each value that was in here, right, that was in this, I picked, now that we had all of our numbers, I picked out all the values that were odd right here, right? So this one right here, this one condition right here picks out all odd values. It's basically looking for the remainder of value and seeing if it's not equal to 0. Because if it was an even number, this would be 0. If not, it would have a different. It would have a different. Jeez, can't even think. It would have a different leftover number, like a return. It'll come back to me anyway. The remainder, there we go. The remainder is something other than 0. Then we knew it was an odd. We also want to make sure that the value was less than or equal to the number itself. So that's why we had 1, 1, and 3 instead of 1, 1, 5 that we got. So then that stored into the filtered fib, right? And now we did the filter fib.reduce because the reduce function just puts out one value. So it just puts out one thing. So we did the total and the value. So this is what's holding all of our values. And then this is each value. So we took the total and we added each value to it. And that's how, and then we returned the number. And that's how we got these right here. So that's 2 down. Alright. So now we have to do a prime. A prime number is a whole number greater than 1 with exactly 2 divisors. 1 and itself. For example, 2 is a prime number because it can only divisible by 1 and 2. And Pt.4 is not prime since it is divisible by 1, 2, and 4. Primes that returns the sum of all prime numbers that are less than or equal to number. Isn't this what we just did? Wait. 2 is a prime number because it has 1 and 2, right? So it can be divisible. Okay. Why 1, 2, and 4? What? Some primes should return 17. So Okay. How would I divide? So 7. Okay, so let's start this out with an if else. So if num is less than 0, we're gonna do a else here. Okay, so return 0. Okay, else. Alright, I will be right back. I've got to use the restroom again. Give me just a moment. What's up, guys? I'm back. Okay, so let's look at this here. Yeah, sum all primes. Greater than 1 with exactly 2 divisors. 1. Whole number greater than 1 with exactly 2 divisors. 2 is a prime number because it's only divisible by 1. In contrast, 4 is not prime since it's divisible by 1, 2, and 4. I gotta figure how would, so you have 1, 2. No. Here, no, it's greater than 1. So 2, 5. 7 sum all primes. Okay, hold on. So you have subprimes that go up to 17. So you have 2, 5. Hold on. I have to do some calculating real quick. So would that be like 2? Oh wait. Okay. So 1. So is that how it was? A prime number is a whole number greater than 1. So it's greater than 1. So how? No. Damn. Oh, crap. So it's 1, right? So right. 5 divided by 2 obviously is no. Okay. Right. 2.5. So I guess you can still. Well, I think one of those broke. That sucks. This thing's gonna unravel, isn't it? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. So one's. Nope. I thought one was holding on. It wasn't. Whatever. My band came undone. That sucks. Oh well. So if I have 5. So it can still be reduced. Oh. I don't know where that went, but it feels like it's touching. So is it 1, 2? No, 2, 3. 2, 3. 2. Okay. Oh, because it has 2 and 1, so 6 can't be, obviously. It can. So. has to be a whole number. No. I'm terrible with the whole prime number chart. There we go. Right. Uh-huh. So gonna have to go back to basic math real quick. So it's more. Okay. So let me think. So 2, 3, 5. So how do they get that? 2, 3, 5, 7 are all under 10. Because it's greater than 1, so... Oh, okay. It got... I don't know how I got 16 last time, but whatever. So... So we have to see we have to make a prime array. So I'm gonna make this a 2 because everything has to start with 2. Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, because if it's less than or equal to 0, we're gonna return 0. Let's do, okay, so now we gotta make this prime array. So we're gonna start with 2. This is how, okay. This is how we're gonna do it. Let's do a prime array dot map, right? Actually, let's do this. Can we do a dot map? I guess you can't. Yeah, I guess you can't do a dot map when you're making something. I killed it. It's murder. Can you do with the what? No, can't. Well, there you go. Alright, so we're gonna take this prime array. Alright. Dot map, item. Okay, so we need to add map it. Item. I think it was item. No. No. Okay, so here we go. No, we don't want to do that because then it's just going to keep adding. How do... Item 1. There we go. Prime array. Okay. Doesn't matter. Okay.
Silence awaits you.
Do we start with that?
In your heart of darkness, you're lost again. How far this time? How far?
Increment array, map, equals. What? Okay. New plan. This is what we're gonna do. No, it's wishy-washy, but I got it. I'm trying to make this stick with what I've been saying. So we do for loop. Let I equals I is less than num So array dot push okay. Now we want to start this off at 2. Okay, because we don't start at 1. Okay. So let's look at this. Prime array 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. So now's the fun part. So now we've added. I could have swore we could do. No. Let's. Yeah, we can do this. Okay, so we now created an increment that goes all the way up to our target number. So now in there, prime filter. So we can filter it, but then we can reduce. So let's do that, and we can return this. So hold on, let's filter this. So item. Okay, so we have a filter. There we go. So now we need the item. Okay. So every item. So each item in here. If so I can see if this can be two, three. That's so hard to figure out. Because we can do a filter to see on here that are Okay, so I equals 2 if I is less than the, what would that be? No. Yeah, the item is 2. Be the item. Right. So what? So can I? No. It would be the item. So turn let's get rid of this for the second. Let's see how this plays out. Okay, so we made the number okay, so we added all the numbers 2 through underneath there, and now we are cycling to see if they're a prime. So we're starting off at 2. We are multiplying the number by itself. And if it's less than or equal to the item, it's going to keep adding. Now, if the item mod 2 is equal to 0, that's going to be false. We want it to be true. So if it's not equal to 0, it's going to return the item. What the heck? 4. Ah, that's right, because I put a console around. So, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not right. We don't do that. Five, 7, 9, 10. Eight, 9, 10. No. This is a very easy question, but I don't like this question either. Yeah, it's an easy question because it looks like it, but then when you're actually doing it, you're like, oh shit. So I'm returning all of these. Yeah, it is. I'm just getting all the prime numbers. So if I is not equal to 0, the main point is it's complicated. And they try to make you think. I mean, I can look in here and I can look at the actual solution. I'm just trying to, because I'm filtering these. Do you return the item or do you return I? No. It should just be 2, 3. 2, 3. 2, 3, 5, 7. 2, 3, 5, and 7. So first step is to get whether a number is prime or not. That's what I'm doing. Technically right here, this is the first thing. So this first step was actually to get an array of numbers from 2 to just underneath this, underneath like the number. So we have the prime array being that. But now it's trying to filter out all those values to see if in the prime array to see if it is actually prime. Wait. Wait. Hold on. If the prime, it'd be the prime array here. Alright. So, starting at 2. Now, I know these. Okay, so I need to get 2, 3, 5, 7 right. Yeah, I'm figuring that out. I'm not doing it I'm not doing it right. I can I can see. I wouldn't use the length though. So within the item. Tests. It's just to pretty much make you think. It's what it looks like. I mean, it's supposed to be challenging. because I have to reduce it. At the end, I'm going to have to do a reduce, but I need to filter all the prime numbers within the prime array. I have to test. Well, technically, I'm not really that far. Because right here, I have the if and else statement. So if it's less than or equal to 0, it's just going to return 0. I have an empty prime array. So, what are you proposing that to start this off? So, as it's described in here, it's basically able to have only two divisors, one number and itself. So 2 has a remainder of 1. You can, I mean, you have 3. That can be divided by that can only be divided by 1. 5 can only be divided by 1 equally. 7 divided by 1 equally. Well, but you have other numbers that can be divided, like 8. Well, 8, 9. So basically anything that can have a remainder of 1 so like anything that has like a zero, like that can be equally divided. How would I even put that? Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, was trying to filter that if anything hold on. Wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Now I'm trying to think here. So I would say 2. But it would be not. No. Right. So if it could be equal, yeah. Right. Correct. Yeah. Which is why we were doing that for loop. Because then we could do... We could have I... Well, the item for each one of those. And minus 1. Nice. Ah, okay. So we're starting at 2. So you have the, you're saying 2. This is what you're saying right here. No, I'm trying to figure out what the heck. That's what I thought. Okay, that, yeah, I is less than the item. Well, because then if it's going for each item in here, because inside here we have 2, 3, 4. Yeah, because we have the man, I'm getting all mixed up. So we have each item in here that's going 2 all the way to 10. So, because that's just what is in here. What this is doing. So it's pushing all these numbers, but then we're going to filter this for the item. Or for this loop. But if I is less than the item, it would have to be the prime, because we're going to have to go through each one of those. And since we're starting at 2, okay, yeah. So I was kind of looking at some other examples, like people in Stack Overflow, like how they would write this function right here. But you're right. I mean, we can make another function where you can have, no, we would have to name this function. Yeah, hold on. So check prime item. Then we could do the for loop. Let I equals 2. Yeah, I is less than... Well, see, so this one... No, it would be I less than the array. So I'd have to check... Well, no, I would need the item... And then I would need the array. No, I would just need the array. And then check within the item. Basically, it's the input in here. That the item of the array inside here. Yeah, I'm overthinking it. You're right. Yeah. But that just doesn't make sense to me. For the item to be less than... Yeah, I mean, I get that. I'm just trying to figure out how this works together. So, if... So, well, it's just checking if this is a prime or not. But then in here, we could just say, like, we can call this function and put the item inside here and have it equal true. Like, so instead of having all this, it would be check prime item. But now we have 3, 5. We don't have the 2. This is because it's pulling everything that's within there. That if it's not equal to 0. So, no. So we have the 9, but it's also not pulling the... It should have the 2, the 3, 5, 7. But 9 can be... It's not a prime. Oh. Okay. So... Well, so you have 2. So if you had 2, and the remainder of item is 0. So how'd they do? Wait, hold on. So it has this right here, where you have the array. So you have the You have the prime array. So hold on. Let me. So you have the array. It's less than the array with. I'm trying to figure this out. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We go through each of the array. How? You check this with prime, and then no, that ain't gonna fucking work. So what it does is basically if anything meets this criteria, it puts it into its own new array. Like prime array now becomes this. So I guess I don't need that. So why is... So if I keep showing this. So what? 8, 9, 10. No. Now. Because it's supposed to return true. Like, if this is there, it's going to return the false. So it's only checking each item to see. Because if this... Hold on. I just looked at something a little bit ago. That looks pretty. So we had to check right here. So they had this written to check if it is prime or not. So they had this right here, I equals 2. But they had this, right? And then at here, they were checking if it's less than or equal to the item I. And then if the item to I. What the hell? Why do I have a feeling that's wrong? Look, man, it's okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Cause when you switched around, I was kind of confused. Yeah. We have 3, 5, 7, but I'm supposed to have that 2 in there. So I should have 2, 3, 5, and 7. So they have this written in JavaScript too. It's just problem is you start at 2. Well, right. Well, you have to compare it too, because you can't compare it by 1 or 0. Well, this is supposed to. I'm supposed to start off at 2. Right, this is supposed to start off at 2 because we don't have 1. This is just pushing all numbers from 0 or from 2 all the way till it equals the num. And the reason for that is because if we left it there, it would include like the 1 inside there. No, so prime numbers are like in here, a prime number is a whole number greater than 1. So that's why I bumped it to 2. Why this would be a 2 as well. So basically the prime is doing a filter where the item if item equals 2, return true. So an else is right here. So it takes the item, which in here it would be 2. So 2 divided by 2 is 0. So it returns it false. So that's why we're not getting a 2. Because it's filter. Okay. No. I'm trying to do before for loop. Well, see, it's yeah, I mean, I know that it's just I could do for this, I could add well, but I think it's supposed to so let I equal 2. It's doing an I need to figure this out. Why? Because right here it's saying that you would do it like this. But I need to figure out why they're recommending it would be like that. That just doesn't entirely make sense to me. If this was this, it would be false. So yeah. So now we have to get rid of the 9. Remember, because it has 3 times 3 equals 9. So, or... No, 9. So, 9 divided by 3 would be, like, it would have a 0 remainder. Right. Because it's getting all the numbers before 10. And you have to get all the... You have to pick out all the primes. So, you're supposed to basically have a divide... It's supposed to divide only by 1. Like... Yeah, this... I'm gonna leave this because naturally it's supposed to bring me the 2 and all the rest of them. I could... Or I could just do... and... is not equal to... Oh, I had that. But this is supposed to naturally... Why is there... So... I'm just not... Because they're supposed to hoist it up here when it's called. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, crap. Well, that'll probably do it. Thank God. I mean, I guess that doesn't, I mean, it really doesn't matter, but it shouldn't be in there. Item, yep. If yeah. I'm gonna have to get help on this one. I'm at a loss, to be honest. I mean, I don't want to. Hold on. Zero. 579. Let's see, hold on. So, you could do this. I mean, this is how most people are doing in other things. It's just filter. So we have this pushing 2 through. Of course it would work on your end, man. Jeez. So you have this item. So this would go on. Then if. So I could just. What would that equal? 570. Yeah, that wouldn't work. Okay. So I guess I'm not returning this. I could just do. So if checking through it. Okay. Well, I have to add up to there. Because So I have to have something to compare to. Well, how do I make a... Can I make a dot map? That's there. Right. But you could also use reduce and do the same thing. Can you do that? I know it's not standard, but oh wait, no. Gosh dang it. How do I... Gosh darn it. Right. It would be the same thing. No. Stupid. I can't do that on there. It would have to be... Oh. It wouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter. Wait, hold on. No, this is read only. It's supposed to map. What the hell? Just map it. I have to make an initial, but it won't let me. If I did this, why? Okay, now I just need to figure out why it's not doing this now. Okay, so yeah, so you have a let sum equal to 0. Well, you can't really use an int, it would have to be an I equals 2. And I is less than or equal to the number, right? So R. So you're yeah, because it's not checking this time, so it's false. And this would be the item. Well, the return right here, because you have the return right here is 0. If you don't have a return, it can't output. I don't think it's gonna pass. So it should return a number. Yeah, it's not a number though. It should be outside of the. Uh-huh. Okay. Right, because the default for this should be true, but it has to go through here, each one's in return if it's false. But if this doesn't match, then it's going to be true. Man, that was a real pain. Oh, that's because we did, hold on. That was really dumb. Oh, I do see what you were getting here though. I do want to show though that when I was like, okay, so when I did, I'm gonna keep this, but when I was doing that, well, I guess it's a lot easier. Oh no, for sure. I just want to check and see if that did. So I do, because I really want to see, because this should map it where it makes the array to map, right? Well, so you do a let, so you can this would be prime array dot map, so we would map it, and then we would use the var, the value, and we would add Damn it. What in the hell? Because I want it to go all the way up. Hold on. Value. I need... No, hold on. No, I was... on like I was trying. I just wanted it's time to. So I would take the. Okay, so. Right, I get that. I'm just trying to be able to use some more if possible. So what would I like if I went this and no. Oh wait. So you can't, yeah, because there's nothing there. Well, that would just accept arguments that are more than one. I can do that. So I then less than yeah, so I was trying to do this and then so I was gonna then do push. So we had that, right? Now I wanted to do prime. Turn the prime array filter an item and check prime. Two, 3, 5, and 7. Okay. Now that that's there. Okay. reduce some item. Total is not defined. Oh. Wait. I did the filter. Dot reduce. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why I kept showing 9 before, but I just knew when we did the for loop. You know what it was? I know what it was. Because when we put that true in there, it's because we put that true inside here. So it returned that 9. Because it was looking here and it was saying, like, through these, okay, if this is equal to 0, then it returns false for all this. But if it didn't, it always had the true. But yeah, like, if I put this back where we had it, it'd be 24. But it's 17. So definitely, big thing is to look where your returns are going. How did I not catch that when I was looking at this? I want to go back and just kind of look at how that got messed up so badly. Well, on here, they didn't even have, when I was going off of like what someone had done to check for prime, it was like they didn't even have any opening or closing tags for these for loops or if loops, so I didn't even see that was over here. But alright, so for all those that have just been watching up until this point, there you go. You have 2 different ways you can solve this. You can make your array. You can push all the numbers. Since we didn't have a prime, or since 1 is in the prime, we start at 2. Since, and then we wanted to make sure it incremented all the way up until we hit the number, and then we would push each one of those numbers into an array, and then we would return this right here, this prime array. We would do a filter on it. We would do the check prime item for each one of the items right here. So we did a for loop in here, and then if the items modular ends up the remainder is 0, it would return false for this item, but if anything else, it would return true, because it would just stop this loop. So it just returned true. And now, once we had our whole array filled with all of the prime numbers, we would then do a reduce to add up all the totals. So to get one value back, so we took the total and then each item in the array, and we would just take the total plus the item, and it would do that each time for each item. Yeah, definitely this function right here. Yeah, like, I'm not gonna lie, I had to look over on some, I mean, I could have got help right here, but, you know, it's better, I really was dedicated to this one problem, because it's the last one. And I really wanted to work through it, but, there we go. We got it, though. But yeah, this right here would have worked perfectly fine too with this. So this or this using filters. I mean, truthfully, this right here, if I could reduce that to a map, that would be better. Like, I would like to switch all of this into like one map, like, function. Well, technically, I mean, if we did this, like, if you just did it like this and this map right here, well, I guess it wouldn't even really matter either way. I mean, both is pretty sufficient. If we could get this. So, for this, what I was seeing was the prime, right? Yeah. Yeah. Prime array. Like, if I did a dot map, like, I really want to see if I could do a dot map and get. So we have, it was telling me this value. And then to oh yeah. Oh, oops. There we go. Right. So this is what I was saying, is if we had this, because I want to be able to map it to here. Increments the value. So what would it start? 2? It's not going to go any higher than that. So we start at 2. Console.log prime. Yeah, it would just start as 2. Would that make it different? I should just keep this here, just so I can. Like, I'm really wanting to get. Next statement is just one line. Is that so? Yeah. So someone had that on here. But is it because this is a nope. Doesn't matter either way. Yeah. Use map to. A certain number. I mean, would it just be using map.set? What does that do? I could do a set. But that makes a yeah. I'm just gonna call it a day on that. We got it. That's all that matters for now. Yeah. Actually, good hint. So let's see if there actually was a map. Oh, well there was. Yeah, there was a reduce. Don't fill too. So that was probably the I by I, like the I times I. Shows the square root. So using if primes is equal to nothing, right? So for going through all the numbers, iterating through. Prime dot every prime, so it would take prime equals 0. It would just, so if it was that, it would push it, and then it just reduces. Huh. So this right here is how you can find all the prime numbers. I, right here, prime. So here's your I, that's going to go through each one of those numbers. And it uses the if, so it uses the every method, 0, and then pushes that in there. And then more square roots. So yeah. So what we could do is actually it's whatever. I think this works. Alright, so that was a lot more trouble than it was worth. But we found out how to do it a few different ways, and that's all that matters. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we got about 3 more sessions, and then we'll actually start doing an actual, like, the projects, and then we'll claim the cert. So I'm still checking on, like, so I'm saying, like, the next section we might do is this Python, since we're already doing this, but the only thing I'd be afraid of is, like, if we did these, like, came back to Python and then came back to here, then, you know, I know some of those concepts and some of the stuff that we learned through here might eventually just kind of be lost, so we might as well just stick to the front-end development library certification as the next one. I know I was flipping back and forth, but I honestly think this is the best one right here to start next. I mean, I know how many people want to do Python, but I feel like going in the exact order until we get up to here is probably the best. I have some things going on, and, like, the reason why is there's stuff like that's gonna help me propel, like, in my own job and stuff. Like, so I have some really good prospects coming up that I've been really working towards, and it's gonna have some Python concepts, but those concepts and those things don't really align to how the steps that we're doing in here. And if I just start jumping around, then going back to previous steps might get people confused or might not remember, including myself. And I don't really want to jump around too much. I feel like going in order might be good, but it was an idea of coming here, you know, since we're already doing JavaScript, to go into Python. And, you know, but if I started going to Python, then I would want to start getting this certificate and this certificate. And then by the time we wrap around back to front-end development, it's just going to be a jumbled mess. So I feel like it's better to go in the row and just do this. And I'm actually taking another course on some Python, actually on my own, in my free time. So that way, when we get to this, like, it won't take as long to, like, go through a lot of stuff, and I'll also be a lot more knowledgeable within it. I mean, I've done Python before. It's just, you know, I want to make sure, like, the prospects that I'm aiming for, like, you know, job-wise, is I want to make sure I'm confident in the material that I'm going to be doing. So I got to brush up on it in my own time. But on here, while we're streaming and doing this stuff, I want to basically, you know, I want you guys to be able to follow along at a good pace. So, like I said, like on LinkedIn Learning, because LinkedIn Learning has a lot of good stuff as well, and a lot of cool stuff. you know, if you can do it, you can do that. Like, you can go there, they have a lot of cool material and that sort of stuff that you can learn. Udemy has some cool stuff. But, so while I'm learning this, just know I'm also learning Python on the other side of things as well. So these two things are going to be probably my main priority, maybe like here in the future. I'm just kind of holding out and seeing how things are right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty excited for it. But, you know, I also want to be really prepared, so I don't want to just focus on this, you know, just JavaScript. I want to be able to do these other things. But I don't want to drag you guys through back and forth and doing all these things, because it will just start lead to more confusion. And I think there's a reason why the path goes down the way it does. You know, that way you're doing it right, in the right order. Which, I mean, it makes sense, because after JavaScript you want to learn about Bootstrap, and you want to learn about jQuery, and you want to learn about Sass, and like all these other things that we've already learned, instead of just jumping, doing these things, and then coming all the way back. It's just, it wouldn't, I guess, make sense for you guys. So, I feel like it's good to just stick with one thing consistently. That way your brain is fully adapted to what you're learning. Because, you know, if you jump over this thing, your brain's fully adapted to here, and then when you jump back, you're going to probably forget a lot of that stuff, and you need to brush back up on what it is. And I don't know. I just feel like, you know, more thought into it. I'm going to keep my personal stuff, what I need to do, like, separated from the stream. Like I said, I got a lot of stuff going on with, you know, work right now that I'm doing. So I try to keep on every 2 days. If I'm not, just know I'm trying to better myself. I'm spending time with my family, that sort of stuff. But yeah, hopefully here soon I'm able to accomplish, you know, my own dreams. And the thing is, if I'm able to finally get into this, like, these positions where, you know, a lot of these talents are getting put to use, you know, that only means better things for you guys, because not only will I be improving a lot more, you know, you guys will be able to get, you know, you'll be able to see firsthand that this work and, you know, going and doing, you know, practicing does pay off. I mean, so far a lot of the stuff that I've done up until this point for years of, you know, hard work and stuff has really bumped me pretty well. And, you know, I could stop and just be complacent where I'm at, truthfully, but, you know, I want to keep aiming higher. And in order to do that, you gotta fortunately, unfortunately, however you want to look at it, you know, you're just gonna have to continue learning, and it's like school, but you just have to keep at it, because it's not a one and done thing. Like, if you're doing this kind of stuff and making, you know, a bunch of things, like, it's never gonna be one and done. But yeah, I'd love to be able to give some pretty good positive feedback at that later date, but just letting you guys know, I think we're going to just make sure we go into a line, do everything right by, you know, how FreeCodeCamp has laid it out for everybody. So yeah, so when we come back, we'll finish up the next 3 right here, and then these 3, and then these 2. So depending on how fast we get through those, we could probably, you know, knock it out pretty quick, or just I just want to get started on the projects, you know, like, these are really, really, really good practice for when like you're doing actual like these sort of projects. So yeah. Anyway, we'll come back. I will see you guys in the next couple days, maybe. Just depends on how the work goes. What happens after you get certs? What do you mean? Like after you get certs on here? Oh, I get them for myself for personal gain. So you can take all of these, and these are a lot of these certificates, and course are well recognized by a lot of jobs and businesses. And if you can show like all the work that you've done doing all these certificates and showing the certificates, it just compounds that you know what you're doing. I mean, obviously, certificates are just kind of pieces of paper, but the work that you've done up until finally receiving that pieces of paper makes it worth it. Like always. And, you can hang it up and you can, put it around your desk as like a reminder for like the things that you've done for, working so hard to get it. You can take all of those and you can add it to your resume. Like you can... Do they help you look for jobs? Yeah. So actually, if you look down here, you go down here, FreeCodeCamp has a coding interview prep. So they actually not only give you all these certificates for like making relational databases, doing back-end development, working with Python, using machine learning. Like they actually help you right here, helping you with your interview prep. So that way you can get the jobs that you want. So these certificates, I mean, you can put on your LinkedIn profiles and you can actually tie them to here. And so they can actually review your profile and see your certificates firsthand. So it's a big thing that you can also display on your personal portfolio. Like you can have a section for your certificates that you've earned, along with all your projects. Like it's just, there's nothing like wrong and bad about, getting as many certificates as you can, because it just increases your skills. But yeah, that's pretty much the what happens after you get your certificates. You hopefully you get a job as a junior developer, and then you work your way up, and eventually you do it long enough, you might be a senior, and at that point you've really made something. But yeah, just even getting into a junior developer position, bravo. I mean, it does take a lot. And, sometimes you can know people, that'll be able to push you forward. And then if you don't really have any contacts or something and you're going like cold turkey into a company, you got to make a good project. You got to just show your worth and just, show that you can do it. Or, you can take like a regular desk position, an IT position. Like me, I have a bachelor's in software development, but I've been running an IT shop. So, yeah, unfortunately, a lot of it is networking. I mean, you could go, like I said, you can start with nothing and, you can go in and try it. But usually if you're already part of a company and you can show the work that you're doing, they will look at you a lot more than any other candidate. And that's just kind of how it goes. They like to hire internally. And people can refer you. Yeah, but that's only part of it. The biggest thing, is putting yourself out there. and I will say this over and over again, is you can have people vouch for you, you can have people say things or whatnot, but ultimately it comes to you to prove and show that you belong in those positions. So, you know, it's just, yeah, if you're already there, you do have a bigger advantage because they want people that have already been trained and people that, you know, have worked there for a while and know how it works. And not networking isn't fun. I mean, you know, you have to spend, you know, a decent amount of time working a little bit lower, trying to get used to the company, see how it is, and then you work your way up and say, hey, put your foot in that door and say, hey, I know how to do these things. I know how to do this stuff. Like, I saw that position was opening up. I totally want to see if I can get in there. And then the next thing you know is you're in an interview and with people, like some people you already recognize, and like you're just showing them your passion. And, you know, you never know what could happen from there. But I will say, do not snub up like a smaller position, because like those entry level positions where you just become like a, you know, an IT help desk, or, you know, you do like like even if you code, doing like little monotonous things, or like doing stuff that's like really tedious that no other like, you know, developers want to do, doing those kind of little jobs and then working your way up in that field to where, you know, I mean, I've already said it. I've already went full details in it. But yeah, you definitely want to build up a good resume, a good rapport, be able to, you know, if, you know, you're noticing you're not having a lot of luck, you know, applying to junior positions and all these kind of things, and everyone else is kind of out beating you, and you think like, you know, you're not good enough, and that's not true. I mean, it's just some people like to hire more internally if they can. And, you know, if, you know, you don't get that position or anything like that, you know, don't stop what you're doing. Like, you want to keep doing what you're doing, only continue to get better. And, you know, no matter what job you're at, you can always get in touch with somebody, whether like it's like, you know, a corporate office, or, you know, another IT department, corporate, or a marketing department, wherever, you know, and just say, hey, I'd like to be a part of this team, and just kind of be on the lookout, you know. I'm not going to discourage, you know, if you want to go out and you want to, you know, apply to every position that you can, that you see that's a junior developer, do it. I wouldn't, and if you get it, that's even better. It's just, it might be even easier if you've been working somewhere for like 10 years at like some company, or 5-10 years at some company, maybe a little less, and you start showing off like some things to like some, you know, higher ups, and like your supervisor or your managers and stuff like that, and say, hey, I've been developing this kind of stuff, you know, do you know maybe if like they're opening things up, or if I could like push this along to like a department or something, or like a, you know, like a software department, whoever. And I mean, you know, if you're a hard worker and you're doing like, you know, and a lot of people, you know, your supervisors are seeing like like the value in what you're showing them, you know, those people can push that up as well. And, you know, these are just some examples, but overall, you know, the biggest thing is just don't give up, because eventually you're going to hit your dream. Like, you have a whole long life to live, and at some point you're going to break through. And once you break through, that's when your journey starts. because once you hit there, you get all that experience. You get, not only the, developing experience, but you get the environment experience of working with the team, working with other, customers or clients or whoever is asking for those, deliverables. And I mean, the sky's the limit, and that all just depends on you. All right, now I think I've blabbered enough, but yeah, I am, I think, done. Yeah. I'm tired. I got work in the morning. But thank you, Time, for coming through and giving your assistance. That was pretty awesome. And I enjoyed working with you. Probably saved me a little bit of time myself. But yeah, thank you guys for sticking around. I'm sorry that this took quite a while, but it was all good. It was a lot of learning, a lot of good stuff, and I'll see you guys in a couple days, hopefully. If not, just keep on the lookout for notifications. And yeah, have a good night.